Hello, 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 and welcome to another one line of code. It is bright. Holy moly. So bright. I am One Lion, and we have a lot to do. So, to get started, I checked the bot, and the current version I'm running does not work. So, let's switch things up. Shall we? Hello, Marcus. ¿Cómo allez-vous? Commit change. Committed the change. One moment, please. Starting off the stream. But how was your weekend? How was the beginning of your week, Marcus? I heard C# Fritz give you a mini shout out. You got rained on, like RAIN? Or rained into some stuff that you didn't want? Oh, I would think that would feel nice. I remember when I used to bike, I never really cycled. When I used to bike, everywhere, I loved it when it rained. It helps your hands. Okay, I push that and I switch back to main branch. I stop the bot. I clean and rebuild. But do tell more if you feel like it. There is never any requirement, of course, but glad to hear what is going on with you. Week 2. Today's Wednesday, huh? Super fast week, this one. We have a lot to accomplish. I'm going to try. I know that I said that I most likely won't be doing work on stream, but I'm going to try to do work. When did Jeff give me a shout out? It was during the after or the backstage stuff when he and someone that I didn't recognize, and I wouldn't be able to repeat their name, but they were talking about agentic AI and using it in workflow and giving their opinions on it. But they were excited, yeah, at Build. They were excited about the possibility of being able to have conversations with an AI and write code. And Jeff is like, one of my viewers from the stream uses his voice exclusively to code. And I thought that was pretty cool. And I thought this would be a good fit for them. I'm like, I know who he's talking about. That's our Marcus. I'm going to go black for a second. All right. That sounded really bad. I am going to make the screen go dark. That's what I said. Refresh. Back to desktop. Connect with Twitch. And join channel. One line. There it goes. It'd be really hard to find, but I'm sure, or I don't know if it'd be really hard. I don't really know how they have it segmented currently on the YouTube channel. I'm sure they have it on the .NET channel. But if you could find the backstage talk with Seth and C# Fritz and the third person, unless it wasn't Seth and it was the other kind person, kind hostess. Archery, do you work now? You do! Oh, once the LLM kicks in. Okay. You're so weird. 30, 22. Yep. What? 30. 21.5. Yay. And now let's go for a high angle at 45.18. Oh, you gotta actually push shoot. You've done this before. I'm just using the bit gamey method. I scored a 0. What was my total score? It's getting worse and worse at telling us what the highest score was. But yeah, so that is currently a command since the redemptions are not working on my bot, because I don't think that pub sub works anymore, at least not for my bot. I've been trying little by little to get it over to event sub, but that'll happen eventually. No guarantees it'll ever actually get done though. Okay, what you are also going to witness today, a little bit of, you're not actually going to see most of it, but on this computer over here, I have STRAC. STRAC is a VB.NET WinForms desktop application. And so what I'm trying out is a workflow, and I've been doing this for the past couple of weeks so far, but what I'm trying out is a workflow where Copilot in agent mode in Visual Studio is doing the implementation of converting over the core logic for this WinForms app from VB to C# using .NET 9. .NET 9? Excuse me, are you .NET 9? Yeah, using .NET 9. And so it's doing the majority of that. I'm just going to let it go. I know that I'm going to need to do this eventually. So if this thing actually does it, then that is already done. Otherwise, no harm, no foul. We're still working on other things while this is doing the agentic work in the background. What you and I are actively going to be working on, however, you know what would happen if I put this over here instead? Inquiring minds want to know. Yeah. Ooh, I think I like Copilot on the left. I think I like this better. Then it won't be so awkward to have my Solution Explorer open. Ooh. Do they still support Visual Basic in .NET 9? I have no idea, but we are converting over to C#. I forgot to say that. We are working on, and I haven't reviewed these, but we're working on following my normal process. I gave it instructions to use services that have an interface in the shared library. So if we look at this interface, again, I don't know this code base at all currently. If we look at this interface, it should be in the shared library under abstractions services. And there should be an implementation in shared server, which we saw, that does all of the actual database connections and stuff, and an implementation in the shared client that does HTTP requests. And that also means controllers. It has not been creating the controllers for the API endpoints, but that's okay, because the controllers are just forward the request to the server side implementation of that service. So that is still going to get me really, really close if this thing actually works. So I'm just letting it code on the side while we work, and I am kind of just saying continue most of the time, but every now and then I will see that it'll have a partial file that it just keeps replacing with a partial file, and so I do help it out on occasion. But yeah, that's my current workflow. And that has been my workflow for a couple of weeks now. I'm refining it, learning about how to do the custom instructions. There was another really brief mention. Oh, geez. I am not using that phrase. I'm not using the other phrase that they want us to use because it has not given me good vibes. I'm just gonna admit that. I've been really frustrated a lot of the times. I'm getting more comfortable using it, but it's still quite frustrating to use. They used it to get a hot dog theme on an app yesterday. Blame Jeff. I'm not going to blame anyone. I'm not going to put the blame on anyone. I'm just going to choose to respond to that phrase in a way that just shows that I'm not a fan of it. They did, however, mention a few times or use the terminology of having a partner to program with. It kind of feels like you are partnering with AI to complete a task as opposed to just letting it go and do whatever. The thing that I found most interesting about the demos so far is they have used one of the paid services that you have to go an extra tier up. So even if you have Copilot Pro, for example, you need Copilot Pro Plus for the GitHub Copilot agents, I think is what they're called. The ones where you can assign an issue to Copilot and then it'll go off and create the branches and do a PR. Copilot Studio also requires some different tier of something. I have no idea what. But the point is that, they're showing you all this stuff that's like, you can go out and use it today. Just give us more money. That's all you need to do. But you can do it all locally for free. You just need a high enough powered computer and the right models, and you need to know how to load your own models. And we're going to tell you about Windows AI Foundry, but we're not going to tell you how to install it, use it, whatever. We're just going to say this is a thing that you can do. And then the other thing that happened this morning is I've been getting emails that I need to renew my Microsoft Partner Program subscription. And I was using the Action Pack, which was a really good benefits package. It had 3 Visual Studio Professional licenses, 1,200 Azure credits, where it was $100 per month, and E3 Office or Microsoft's 365 E3, which comes with Teams. So anyway, what they did is they turned it into 2 programs. One that has 1 Visual Studio Professional license, $700 in Azure credits per year, cumulative, or not cumulative, but whatever it means, where they just give you that lump amount at the beginning of every year. And so it's not monthly. So that's cool and all, but down from 1,200. If you were using all 100 credits per month, that's going to be a pretty big shock. And then the that package has it costs like $50 to $100 less, which is really nice. But I still needed a little bit more for those Azure credits. That would have been nice. And so it's like, in order to get a higher amount of Azure credits, for example, you need to go up to the next tier. And the next tier up is triple the price. It's like $895 compared to the $375. And it was like $2,700 in credits, 8 Visual Studio subscriptions. And I was like, I don't need that much, but I need a little bit more than this. So there is that Action Pack was just the perfect plan for me, for my needs. But whatever, it's not available anymore. They want you to either take the loss or bully you into buying the next higher package. Because after all, you're a company and it's worth it, right? Okay, done with that. Let's continue on with RTRAC. So what we've been working on is modernizing RTRAC. RTRAC is an application that the site uses. By site, I mean the Rocky Mountain National Wildlife Refuge. I had to resubscribe to Office so I could fix a bug in Access. So I'm having a really weird situation with my personal Microsoft Office subscription, where a million years ago I bought Office using the family plan thing where you can have up to 5 family members. And I put my myself, my wife, my parents, and who are the other two? Anyway, I know, or I'm sorry, I only had one other one on top of that, and I can't remember what that one is. Point is, I used 4 out of 5 subscriptions. Suddenly, on my wife's computer, using her account, she can't sign in. It says that she doesn't have an active subscription. So I go into the family thing, I do a whole bunch of whatever I can in there, like see if I can reconfigure her, delete her, re-add her to the family, all that stuff. Nope, she can't log in with her account, so she's using mine, which is absolutely okay, but it would have been nice. You know? Okay, that's enough about that. I'm trying to get the RTRAC original open. Is that you? That is you. Because we have a everyone's awake. Everyone is doing stuff. Hello, Irish Drum Games. How are you doing? I hope your move has not broken your brain. It sounds like you're having a really fun time with your sister last I heard. So I hope it's not super duper stressful to both of you. Have you settled down? I have not been keeping up with you on Discord either, but I'm sure you've posted. But definitely feel free to share here how you're doing. I see you over on Bit Gaming stream too, so I don't want to take you away from that. I mean, like, I'm not usually one to ask about people's personal lives. I know that streaming kind of shows your personal life, but at the same time, there's your life outside of stream too, kind of like there's your life outside of work. So I don't ever require it, nor do I ask too much about it. But just know that that doesn't mean that I don't love you. That just means that I am trying to be respectful of your privacy as well. But please do feel free to share. Okay, that can go away. So here's where we are with RTRAC. Oh yeah. So the thing that I was saying is that there has been a lot of activity being done in this whole entire data import process that we started back in October. They are using the data import utility, the version of it that we put with the lab data upload stuff. That is working. We fixed the issues with the records check. So that is now working as expected. And so they just need the final piece. Oh, I'm sorry. And then there was a RMA chain of custody piece where we needed to create our own RMA chain of custody records, use STRAC to post those records so that the lab would have them, and then they would be able to reconcile the sample value, sample results that they are uploading into the system against our database. That's working the way that it's supposed to now, but they need the final step, and the final step should be, and yes, I know how outdated the UI is, but you can tell me. Anyone watch Build yesterday? Anything interesting? I've only been half watching it. It's been giving me a ton of anxiety watching it with all of the extra stuff that's happening. Thank you so much for the follow. I do have follow names hidden in case you just wanted to follow and be here, but definitely feel free to speak if you feel so inclined. There's just like a whole bunch of information about stuff that would be cool to include in my workflow. Nothing about how to actually add it to my workflow and my system. So again, why are you doing this? Right now we are taking advantage of all the things. So I'm going to restate this because it may impact whether or not you remain my friend. Not because I don't want you to be my friend, but because I am clear, honest, open, etc., transparent. What we are engaging in here is semi-automatic software development, the way that we've been doing software development for however long, since we got Copilot, since we got IntelliSense, syntax highlighting, all that stuff, all of the cool features of the IDE. At the same time, I am having Copilot in agent mode in another Visual Studio session work on STRAC. So you've heard me talk about STRAC before. It's a VB.NET WinForms application that is installed to their machines directly, which means that it also has the database connection strings in the application and all of that poo-poo that we don't like having. So they, what am I trying to say? They can only be used on site though. So the desktop application is locked down to where it only works when it's on the Navarro network. That said though, it would be nice to have it as a web application integrated into the chain of custody application itself too. So for that to happen, I need to convert the VB code over to C#, bring it up to .NET 9. So the thing that I'm having Copilot do on this machine is to do all of the conversions for the libraries for the core logic to C# class library. And I'm not expecting it to be successful. It will do what it does. We'll come back to it when we're ready to work on STRAC, and we'll look through the code, we'll test it, we'll verify that the things are doing what they're supposed to do, that they match the original logic. Then we'll build the rest of the application on top of that. But right now, having it do the core library is going to be helpful if it can get some semblance of a library put together and working. So that's what it's doing over here. I don't know why it's only like doing one thing at a time. Just keep all the changes. A brief hello from me, says TBD Gamer. Well, hello back. So that's what is happening over on this screen over here. That's going to stay on that screen over there for the rest of the stream. And we are going to work on the the updates to the existing RTRAC application. And yeah, we're just going to do coding. We're going to do software development. If I'm allowed to still call it that, even though we are using Copilot and stuff. Okay. So currently they have gotten all the way to the point where, as I mentioned before, this record check thing passes. And the chain of custody check passes. So what this did is it looked in our RMA chain of custody application for a matching. Let's do 60, for example. For a matching sample record, this 100924490, you can see that this is just month, day, year, and then number counting down from 99. It makes sense why they're doing it, but yeah. the sample date itself, and I think the test and method number are the 3 things that it matches on. 4 things that it matches on. So if it can find a record in chain of custody that matches on those things, it's fine. If not, it'll say, I didn't find records. When it finds that matching record, it says, do we have the right number of sample tests? Do we have the right number of the right types of tests? And are the results what we expect them to be? So that's what this chain of custody compare check does for us. Then the next step is for the person doing all of these checks. So they're uploading the sample results, doing these checks on those sample results. They should go into this form and pick the TRN. So TRN stands for transfer file. It's what these 2-digit plus 4-digit codes represent. They represent a TRN with all of the data in it. So they should see the TRNs that are available to be submitted to our document tracking center for the final step. And the issue is that we've never had users that have been part of multiple labs. So we've never seen this UI before. When I lifted and shifted the code, I just took all of the existing code that was in the JSP application, turned it into .NET Framework 4.7 MVC code using C# and controllers. And so this is what happens when they select a lab and click Get TRNs. The page posts back, changes the URL to lab equals EF, and it repopulates whatever we selected into the drop-down list. Instead of showing us the list of TRNs for that selected lab, it just keeps repopulating that lab into the list of available labs. So they can't get past this step, just found out this morning. So we have 2 options. Option 1, which can both be taken. Option 1 is to update the existing application, again, .NET 4.7.2. I keep saying 4.7. Are you 4.7? 4.7.2. Find out where this is happening, which should be pretty easy to find. We're using MVC, so this route should tell us that it's in the Biotas controller in an action called select file, which would be here. Select file. Wait, why does this say create file? Here. That was very odd. So we'll get select file, and we're accepting all of this, all of these pieces from the query string, even though I'm not explicitly saying from query string. .NET MVC knows how, or controllers know how to first check to see, is it part of the route? Is it part of the query string, or yeah, query string parameters? Is it part of the body data that was sent? And it'll do model binding and data binding for us. So this is the logic that we'll need to fix. Then we'll need to publish it to the test server, make sure that it actually runs, and then publish it to production. Our second option, which we're going to do no matter what, so I guess it's not really an option. Regardless of whether we do that first option, our second task is to complete the current version of our upgrade. So we are modernizing this application, turning it into a Blazor web app. I'm restyling it a little bit. It's still not a great styling. There's still a whole bunch of weirdness to it. Some logic things that I will want to change. I don't like having the lab picker up here, for example. Yeah, so we're going to figure that out. We're going to do that today, hopefully. I just need to decide whether it's going to work, whether we're going to be able to update the original or the currently deployed application. Whew. All right, and TBD ran off for his meeting. I'm assuming meeting or just away. Thank you so much for the alert, TBD. Marcus said, we've now got hailstones, bloody British weather. Yeah, kind of sounds like Colorado weather too. Thank you, Dukasoft. I totally wasn't thinking. So I need to... You did both Irish John Games and TBD Gamer, taking care of it all. So if you guys didn't know, Irish John Games has been in the middle of a massive move where he pretty much got evicted from his apartment because crappy landlord issues, crappy housing market in Ireland, just a whole bunch of really, really dumb stuff that shouldn't be happening to him. So we are sending our energy for him to find everything that he needs and just some love. Lots and lots of love. But he does stream. He's a game developer working on a game called ROP. That's what it's called. It's just called ROP. I mean, Rise of Piracy. And you can check it out on Microprose. You can check it out on Steam. His publisher is Microprose, if you didn't catch that, which is amazing, incredible. I loved hearing when he announced that he got the publisher. He was so scared that everyone would judge him negatively. He'd been a solo developer for so long, working on this amazing game. Like, there is a lot to it, and he got so far by himself, you know, well, by himself with like designers helping him. I think he had some help with music, but anyway, point is he did the majority of the software development himself. So very impressive, very cool. The game looks fantastic. You should definitely check it out. If anything, wishlist it on Steam and give him a follow. I heard that doing follows are better. He'll be streaming in 3 hours. Woohoo! So yeah, I heard that follows are better on Steam because they get better metrics, they get better visibility using the number of follows as opposed to the number of wish lists for a particular game. So do both. It's not going to hurt you. It's not going to take up any additional amount of your time, I hope. Okay, so we are back to the original application as it appears on the published servers. Enter. Oh. Hold on. I need to find out who this is talking to. And since this is a .NET 4.7.2 .NET Framework application, I am using web config, and this is like, I don't understand how we allowed this ever. Hello, Harish. I don't understand how we ever allowed this, but the connection strings and stuff are in web.config. Even if you were using web.config.release, which you should be, it's still going to be on that computer in the, whatever you call this. What is this called? Cookie Monsters? Tacos? I'm terrible at words. Okay. Point is that this, it's just it's just not a great way to do it. I love secrets. I got so used to using user secrets that I'm like, what did we do before? Oh, we just put them directly in the file in the repo. And what happens if you forget to git ignore that? What was to happen? Okay, so I think we're using, I honestly don't know which of these connection strings we're using. Is there a way for me to tell what my dash lock flag is? So global ASAX, Aha. Okay. So this is what I changed it to. So it is using Angie, my local database on this computer. Oh, right. I need to read out Snubble's thing. Hello, Snubble. Snubble said anyone, we already read the thing about build, but he followed it up by saying, I actually wrote a cake script today that injects the secrets into web config after publish. That's smart. Yeah, that's even better because you have the secrets stored in a secure place on the server, and then it's only after the pipeline publish happens that you update web config. That's super cool. I like that approach. And Marcus said, I imagine there are a lot of credentials in private repos. Mine especially. All right, thank you so much for being here for as long as you were, Irish John. Hope to see you later today. If not, completely understandable, but it would be exciting. Ciao for now. See ya, IJG. So thank you for reminding me, though. TBD Gamer is already also lurking or away because he has work stuff, most likely. I keep trying to justify why. It doesn't matter why. He just decided that he needed to step away from the stream, which is absolutely okay. So he works on 2 projects on his stream. He's a developer streamer as well. The first one that I'm going to shout out is apparently Liquid Sky. And what Liquid Sky is the code name for a project that is a project management and planning platform. It is intended to be a better approach for separation of concerns across a development or a development team, where the developers see what they care about, the project managers see what they care about. It's organized better. It's a different approach to things like Jira or Azure DevOps or whatever else you might use. So I'm excited to see where it goes. He's done an amazing job at it. It has so many cool technologies involved in it, things that I have never used before. Thank you so much for the follow. As mentioned before, I don't actually show the names on the screen, but if you would like to be recognized, then you are welcome to chat and we'll say hi. Otherwise, feel free to continue lurking and you are very welcome here. So that's Liquid Sky. He streams that Tuesday through Thursday, but he streams Monday through Friday at 7 a.m. Eastern time, which is UTC -4 currently. And then there is his other project, which is called developers.stream, which is a project geared at discovering streams of developers. So that could be Twitch, YouTube, Blue Sky, Facebook Live, whatever else you might use to stream your software development journey or whatever you do stream. You can register yourself on this application, put in a little blurb about your stream, make yourself findable, discoverable, add some tags, and then anyone who wants to look up streamers, developers who stream, they can go to that site, do a search, find the content that they are looking for, and eventually find you. So we hope. And then if you are a streamer yourself and you have a bot that could use an API, or you just want to do it yourself manually, you will have an API on there as well that you'll be able to query whenever a new person chats for the day, for example. You can do a query to the API and say, hey, does this person have a profile? If so, give me their information. And then you can do a fancy shout out for them. All right, Snubble says, I'm trying to deploy our web apps into IIS, many years since I tinkered with IIS. Well, let me know if you do have any questions about that, because it's where I deploy all of my apps currently. Okay, so yeah, I think we are going to go with the first route, which is to try to update the existing app. What do we say? Good idea? Good idea. So let's see if we can understand this logic. One thing that's going to happen a lot in this repo is that it's using my original preferred coding style. And I don't like partially applying what we are using now as the coding style. But as we touch files, because I have code cleanup turned on save, it's going to automatically reformat the document for us. So I'm compelled to want to go through every single one of the controllers, every single one of the C# files, every single one of the HTML files, and have it do code cleanup. But we have a lot of stuff to do. So let's get moving. And in the past, like recent past, the past week, 2 weeks, maybe month, however long my panties have been in a bunch, I've been feeling very overwhelmed with side conversations as opposed to work-related topics during the stream. So what I think we're going to do going forward is I will try to do work. However, if conversation topics do come up, we'll pursue those conversation topics. And if it feels like it's going to take more time doing those side conversations, then we'll just have a shorter stream so that I can finish out my workday in a way that I feel is honoring the client. But otherwise, if you do have things to suggest about the code that I'm currently working on, that's one of the main reasons that I stream, is for input about methodologies, different techniques you use that you employ. And then of course, Fridays are the days when I'm like, now tell me about the projects that you do. So I'm hoping it balances out. But yeah, you get it. Hello, Blue Blue. I haven't seen you in a bit. Hope you've been well. I have no idea if today's build is going on at all. And two, yeah, it's live. Are they starting later than usual today? Is that what's going on? No, I think they are only going to be breakout events. Yeah, I've only been watching the main stage stuff because I've been lazy. There's just so much information and so much stuff that I want to already get into trying out and working with. It's just really, really annoying the approach that they take. The business first approach, which I get. You're a company. No. This one, please. Doug? Marcus said, some people just put up a message in OBS that they are co-working and pop into chat occasionally. Yeah, but that's not what I like. I mean, it's kind of the, I almost said a word. I'm going to say it because it's a frippin' good word and it's getting tainted. It's the vibe that I want to put, not quite the vibe that I want to give off, where I just want to sit here and you watch me work. That's definitely not the case. The thing that I prefer is that we talk about the things that I am working on so that I can get your opinions, your input on approaches and methodologies that I currently take that are probably outdated. They're not really grounded in business experience, what's it called? Experience being out there with other developers on teams. I've only worked with 2 teams so far, The first one was for a very short amount of time. It was like 3 months, I think. And the second one was for 2 years. And neither of those experiences really gave me what working in real software development teams is like. So just hearing things from you, hearing things from other developers about how they approach certain problems that I am currently facing that are on topic is wonderful. I love hearing your thoughts, your ideas, and they have been helping me to grow as a developer, as a solo developer. This is kind of the only way that I get to do this. So I really, really appreciate you being here. At the same time, I do kind of come off as don't talk to me, don't bring up these other subjects and stuff that are going to derail us and take us off into 60 other places, because I am on the clock. And then there is the implied, well, you're streaming on Twitch, so you should expect XYZ. And it's like, do I though? Do I? I should expect to be a little bit more open and clear about what it is that I'm trying to do here on Twitch with you guys, not just at you guys. Okay. That said, let's continue on through this logic. We are on this page. If we look at this, we are, first of all, these should all be 2 lowers, but we're not here to clean up this code. We are refactoring this entire code base and turning it into a Blazor application. So I'm not going to spend too much time cleaning up the things that we see here. Instead, we are just going to fix the one thing that's going on. And what is happening is that we're most likely losing our lab, our selected lab. Actually, I'm not even seeing where we're checking for a selected lab. Here. That's getting populated here. Okay. So if we look at our timed out application, Blue said, just lurking. Had a hard time with game dev, too much stress about releasing. Oh man, you're releasing though? That's awesome. Congratulations on that. And Alex Plus is here, says, hi, what is the easiest program to learn without knowing anything? I wouldn't be able to tell you the blanket statement for that. Thank you so much for the follow. It really does depend on quite a few things. Your learning style, your object not set to an null reference exception. Oh, yeah, I know exactly what that is. Son of a... natural language is a can of worms. So allegedly, the thing that you should be doing is learning how to code using AI. However, I think it would benefit you to also get some hands-on experience with doing other languages. That said, the languages that you could try, well, yeah, actually, first of all, do you have any idea what kinds of things you want to program? Do you want to write games? Do you want to write applications that do automation? Do you want to write AI-oriented stuff? Do you want to write complex systems that do hard work on your computer? What does that mean? So for example, if you said you wanted to do web applications, then the place that I would recommend starting off is learning HTML and CSS, basic HTML and CSS. That way you understand pretty much the structure of the UI that you will be presenting to users, regardless of what other language you might use. I mean, there are some where the presentation layer is written completely different, but in most cases, you'll be using HTML and CSS. I need this one to be out of the way for now. Then depending on the industry that you want to get into, like, are you into sales, you know, like not necessarily being a salesperson yourself. Are you into storefront pages, like for Starbucks or for Sam Goods, Sam Goodies, Sam whatever it's called, or any of the other places that they have web applications that you buy stuff from? Amazon's a web app, or you know what I mean, shopping online on Amazon. If so, then find out the language that they use. It's most likely going to be a JavaScript framework. If you're going private sector, they like to use React. They like to use Angular. Sad to say, but I think those are still the most prominent. However, if you want my absolute biased opinion, then .NET using C#. So learn C#. There's a great course on YouTube that is an introductory course to C#, and it's called Fundamentals in Object-Oriented Programming, Fundamentals in C#. This one here, that will take you from not knowing any programming in C# to at least making a Hello World application. If you can understand C# or any object-oriented programming language like Java, or I guess JavaScript-ish, then you can apply those principles across whatever type of application you want to make. So with C#, you can go from a desktop application to a worker service to a single microservice that runs in the cloud, just listening for things to respond to full-on web applications. It's my preferred programming framework, .NET. It's just that once you start, like if you're very first starting off, the terminology is probably going to be the hardest thing to get through. If you can understand SDKs, frameworks, the difference between methods, variables, strings, different data types, then you will have a much easier time continuing from there. But that first hurdle, like when I say the word framework, everyone in here that knows .NET is like, are you trying to tell them to use .NET framework? As opposed to the actual .NET ecosystem being the framework, as opposed to the specific product .NET framework versus .NET Core, which is now just .NET with a number on it. So convoluted. But I think you would enjoy yourself if you are into it. And I hesitate to recommend this, but if you are into it because of the way times are changing and you can actually get good at it, then try out using Copilot in Visual Studio, in Visual Studio Code. They have an agentic mode. And what I would recommend using it for, if you are first starting off, is to let it build a simple application for you in whatever language you have decided is the one that you want to pick up, and then read through the code. Have it explain the code to you. Use it as only a learning tool in the beginning. Then as you become more comfortable with doing software development, can I recommend that you start adding it to your workflow to solve small problems, and then sometimes to just have it work on full solutions, knowing that you're going to have to review every line of code that it has written for you. Because we currently aren't at a state where we can just accept what it gives us. It would be cool if it would be like another body working with you, like a shadow self, or a team of developers that are working with you that you control. But we aren't quite there yet, in my opinion. Okay, so we're trying to go through this logic, which I keep getting logged out. Actually, what happened was I need to restart the app, because even though I added my connection strings to the web config, never mind. I know what happened. I put it in the wrong file. I put it in release. And I keep taking it off the screen because I am messing with connection strings. Okay, save that. Let's try one more again. But it wasn't finding the connection string entry. But yeah, so if you do have any follow-up questions though, Alex, feel free to ask here. We have a lot of really talented developers in chat. Marcus said, I just automated everything at work and got into it that way. Yeah, man, same. So when I first started off working, I was working in VBA and doing a lot of automation scripts for Microsoft Access and Excel. And I was going to university for software development and all, but that was all Java and everything like that. And I found that I really, really, really enjoyed automating things. It was so much fun. And I figured that's where I want to work for the rest of my life. And I've been doing automation style stuff since. And I love it. I love it so much. Can recommend. But my absolute favorite thing to do is to take an existing code base and make it better. Or modernize it, or clean it up, or whatever. It's just so much fun for me. I love organizing things. Blue says, honestly, I wanted the trailer done last year. Am I missing part of this conversation? But I got so lazy that I'm making no progress per day now. Oh, the game trailer. So I would start with JavaScript. What are you saying? Sure. Again, I'm not the biggest fan of JavaScript frameworks and languages because I had not been using them from the get-go. Like I struggled with jQuery when we were using that in MVC applications, and that was the way to get the interactivity on the UI side, so you wouldn't have to post back every single time and refresh the page and lose your data or need to keep state some weird way. So using jQuery was okay, but I just never felt right doing it. It was nasty to me. And then I started learning more about vanilla JavaScript so that I could do things without needing jQuery, because jQuery was really heavy. It increased load times by a noticeable amount. It wasn't like massive, but it was just heavy. So I started doing things in vanilla JavaScript, and that felt a little better. Then TypeScript came out a long time later, but I started getting into Visual Basic, .NET, and eventually C#.NET. And now you can write an entire application without needing JavaScript with full user interactability, state saving, browser navigation, all of that stuff using just HTML and C#. You do have still the option of using JavaScript, so you won't miss out on all of the JavaScript stuff that you want to do and enhance your app with. In fact, there's still some things that you have to rely on JavaScript to do, but I think you would enjoy, like we could in web forms. Yeah. When I was doing web forms, I was doing VB. It wasn't even VB.net. It was just VB web forms. But yeah, so again, it's not a terrible choice to go with JavaScript as your first framework language. So you pick one of the JavaScript frameworks, or you learn vanilla JavaScript from the very beginning. FreeCodeCamp has a fantastic path for doing HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. And it's usually all three of those together. Can't really get away from using web technology without learning HTML and CSS. But if you want to just learn some of the JavaScript stuff, they have some really good guided courses, interactive courses where you're writing JavaScript in the browser and it's compiling it, you're solving problems, you're understanding how it works. So I really, really like FreeCodeCamp. I was trying to find one in here. They also have a .NET full stack developer course called Foundational C#. But again, that's my bias showing, where I would point you to their foundations in C# certification, and it's actually a certification too. Here it is. It's free. It's an entire course on C#. So again, I would recommend starting with that 8-hour long video. I know it's a long video, but people go to school for this kind of thing. People spend many, many more hours than just 8 hours trying to learn a programming language. At the same time, again, I'm not going to discredit the use of AI. If you can get a good workflow, if you can get a something that's not going to piss off all of the other developers that might have to maintain your code, and you get it to work right for you, go that route as well. It is an avenue that you have in this day and age. I don't think it's quite ready for us. I don't think we're quite ready for it, but it's there as an option. Decide for what works for you. Marcus says, since Copilot came along, I've been a lot more open to using different languages. I think the bar is a lot lower with AI. Do it in bite-sized chunks. Yeah, like the thing that turned me off of starting, like maybe our next web app would be a React app. The thing that turned me off was figuring out the tooling, knowing what to install, knowing how to get started, and knowing that if I wanted to do that, I would spend the however many hours of research on learning, here's how you create a new project, which supposedly is easy, create React app, right? But there's still a lot more to it, like NPM. I'd need to learn how to use NPM most likely, or how to actually indicate these are the packages that I'm going to have in my project, what packages are available, versus right now, because I would understand the JavaScript that is written in the long run, especially with as much experience as we've had with Blazor, I could ask an AI agent to start the application for me, put in the building blocks, I'd see how it goes, understand it a little bit easier and faster. So I think that's what Marcus is saying. You have a little more confidence trying out different programming languages. Okay. Yeah, and that's just a recommendation, Alex. If you don't watch it, completely understand. 8 hours is a long commitment, but yeah, just do it in bite-sized chunks, says Marcus. I tend to use an IDE to create a project from scratch. AI can be unpredictable in that regard. It was interesting. I don't know if you remember that synthwave endless driver scene that I was trying to do, where it created an app in some JavaScript framework that I had never heard of. It added, is it necessary so that I can understand what and how to do it? Oh, it is necessary. If this was a statement, I agree with you. I agree. And don't just take only my opinion on this. I am heavily biased to .NET, to C#. It's what I have gotten most skilled in. I enjoy it. There's a lot of frustrations and struggles with it. It's just like any other programming language, as far as it's not perfect, it has quirks. You will struggle, you will get frustrated, but I love the frustration and I love the solutions, the elegant solutions that I'm able to come up with using C#. This will happen in any language. Since you're a blank slate, you can choose any language you want. So that's why I say, if you have a specific goal in mind, you want to work for AAA gaming company, find out whether they use Unity or their own internal game engine or Unreal or something else, and learn that. If you want to work for, I don't know. I'm not good at coming up with examples. I'm terrible at this. If you want to work at a job like I'm working at, where you're modernizing line of business applications for a essentially government agency, then .NET is absolutely the way to go. .NET. I guess Java could also be something that they use. If you want to work for one of the larger companies, like, you know, the big companies, then definitely find out what they use. A lot of times it's going to be lower level programming languages so that they can get into the weeds and control every single aspect of the code that they write. Those are going to be a lot harder. But C# is, in my opinion, a really good middle ground that you'll be able to branch off into any other programming language from. I did leave off Python, but if you are going to be working with AI, it's kind of inevitable that you will learn some amount of Python, especially if you're doing data modeling or inferencing or anything like that. And not to leave them off, because Foolish Snubble is here, you could also try F#. I have to use Python with Talency. So Marcus has learned a bit of Python on purpose, weirdo. What you might hear from a lot of people that don't really think too hard about it, or maybe they do and they actually believe this, but in a lot of cases, it seems to me that this is just the go-to answer for a lot of people. Learn Python first. It's a very easy syntax that reads like English, and you will learn it very easily because you can just read it and know what it does. Not necessarily the case. And the fact that Python is a tab oriented, I don't know what to call it, syntax, there aren't very many other languages that are like that. Most of them use semicolons and curly braces to indicate blocks of code. So it's not really all that transferable if you learn Python first. But if you learn one of these languages first, white space means stuff. Totally ridiculous. Yeah. F# is also like that. Yeah, and that's kind of why I said them together. They're both like, they're for the people that are more oriented towards like actual science, actual big data, working with structured stuff like that. I know what you meant, Marcus. I hope I read it correctly. I'm sure everyone knew what you meant. So yeah, so there you go. I hope it is beneficial. If not, again, you are always welcome to follow up. I don't know if you saw our Discord link, if it actually popped up or not, but you are welcome to join there, ask questions there. When you get there, there is a roles channel where you will select a developer role. I have a few other miscellaneous channels. It's a very quiet server, but when people do ask questions, they usually get pretty good answers. You don't get berated. You don't get talked down to for asking questions, which is what I love about our Discord. The worst thing that happens on our Discord is you don't get a response because everyone is either busy or they don't know the answer. Everyone's favorite YAML uses indentation to give meaning. True. Ugh. Unlike Stack Overflow. Very true. Okay, so again, please continue conversation. I will do my best to keep up. I'm going to try to take a step forward on this, where we're going to find out what is in the route of the page when we go to it to submit TRNs. The anti-forgery token was meant for a different user because I restarted the app. I love .NET Framework, don't you? Not set to... Okay, I'm going to keep the connection string in regular web.config because it's obviously not actually showing up. Is it because I have it in the wrong group? Is that all it is? No, it's directly under configuration. Whatever. All right, let's try this again. I'm trying to learn from TBD Gamer. He does a really, really good job of taking conversations in stride. Again, if you have not seen a TBD Gamer stream, you should definitely check him out. He also does .NET development. And he's just more conversational than, let's do work. Guys, tell me how to do this. Tell me how you do this. Like, one of my questions is, for those of you that have worked in .NET, MVC, web forms, or whatever, have you done the approach where in your controller, I guess this is specific to MVC, in your controller, you have your session data that you're passing around your values, you have a post version of the method, and that post version simply redirects back to your get version with the updated values. And then your get version has all of the logic. This is like back, I mean, it was probably bad practice back then, but I'm gonna say this was back when it was more acceptable to put all of your logic in the controller. And this is making my skin crawl. Yeah, we don't see object reference not set to an instance very much nowadays, just lots of warnings about nullability. So true. And I rarely ever run into them anymore because I do address all of the null reference checks when they show up in the IDE, and it helps me be a lot more vigilant, and I love it. My favoriteest parts of the tooling. Thank you, nullability. They get like 1 million points for that, but then like negative 1,020,000 points for everything needing to be cost-based models, subscription-based models. Okay, so when we get here, we are biota select file, file type list type submit. So we're doing this. We're keeping track of model type submit, check type. I remember stepping through MVC code. Like, what I could do is run it in debug and track all of these things, which we probably will do. The issue is that with MVC apps or with Blazor WebAssembly that are calling API controllers, the HTTP request will time out after 90 seconds, I think, by default. Just put bang everywhere, right? Negative. Negative. That is not. That's what bang means, if you didn't get the joke. That not. It's not. It. Okay, I'll hush. So we're on list type submit. When we get down here, lab is null or white space. Oh, wow. I already see one of the big issues. The only thing that we're doing with if lab is not null or white space is adding it to our list of labs, without even checking to see if it's already in our list of labs. 324. Check if not in list already, then add, which is weird. I don't think I even want to do that because that would be someone coming into the address bar and manually typing in random lab. Then we would say that goes in the list of labs. Incorrect. That's not what should happen. Okay, oops, where's my cursor? It's in my back pocket just waiting to be yelled. Or just waiting to yell, what? Marcus says, I've been getting agent mode to fix my warnings. I tried, but one of my apps, DDMS specifically, just has way too many issues. Oh my goodness. I tried really hard. I was like, I'm just going to put you in agent mode, let you work on this thing, and I'll be over here doing this thing. And it just mangles my code. And then Marcus said, one time I had one warning and it tried to fix it and gave me 8 errors. Only once? That's impressive. It also apologized for making a typo when got no fingers. The thing that it did in this application, like, I don't know, why are you only doing this one at a time? Continue until the current implementation plan step is done. Is that it kept cutting off like from lines X through Y at the very end of the file, and I would manually fix them, start a new chat session, and ask it to continue with the implementation plan, and it would say, okay, I need to go to that file, and it would repost the same file contents with those last lines cut off. Specifically, it was a .razor file, and it's like, we're working on the back end. The front end is just kind of there for me to look at every now and then. We don't care about the front end. Just focus on the back end. Oh no, it wasn't this project, right? But like, let's say that we had this, then it would do something like cut off these lines here. And I was like, what? Why? Have you tried switching out the mode? So by mode, oh, model. I was gonna say by mode, do you mean that it has different techniques that it uses? I've tried all of the models. The only one I can rely on to do full features is 3.7 Claude 3.7 Sonnet. I'm looking forward to being able to bring my own models. GPT 4.1 and 4.0 are good for one file in ask mode. In my opinion, they have not impressed me as far as being able to write swaths of files and code. But right now, this thing is being even more interesting. Like, what are you doing? You're referencing files, and that's it. It's probably nearing the end of its token limit. That's probably what's happening. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna close it. I got all my database stuff open on that computer. We're gonna make sure that Visual Studio is completely closed. I can't see chat. Hold on. Those should only get better over time. True. Well, not necessarily. TBD made a fantastic point. And this is his go-to point that I think he really should stick to in case there is anyone saying, well, we should rely solely on AI to do all of our development, because we shouldn't. We still need talented, knowledgeable developers to do this. One of his go-to points is, wait, what was the statement? Oh, the models. The models are going to start getting retrained on code that has been generated by AI. And you have the opportunity in that case for code to be in a negative feedback loop where it's just getting worse and worse and worse because there are patterns emerging that the AI is going to see that are not good patterns to follow. Snubble did say, I also find Claude to be the best for me. Awesome. Yeah, and I still haven't found anything as good as working with Claude Sonnet in extended thinking mode. So my preferred, I was going to say favorite, I guess favorite, my preferred way to interact with Copilot in Visual Studio is in ask mode so that I can choose Sonnet with, extended thinking. I very, very, very much prefer that. And then I can just take whatever output it gives me, add it to new file, to the existing file, whatever, not in agent mode. I'm watching it do all of the steps. I'm reading through all of the code as I'm applying it, finding any errors. Like up here, as it's working on its own, it's using things like camel case for properties. And in my editor config that I think is part of this, it says that all properties are going to be Pascal case. So, but for me, it's like, I don't really care that much about that. It's a thing. Read only? Really? Oh, because it's get only. Interesting. Duh. I see what it's doing. Oh, wait. Sorry, this is our code base. Never mind. That's a me thing. That's what I used to do. Because private field or private property. Anyway, you get the point. So I'll see it do stuff. I'll clean it up as it goes and whatever. I lost my train of thought. I lost my words. To catch up in chat, we will need to understand stuff. Otherwise we're dealing with a black box. But I mean, aren't we already? I still, like, personally, I think that over time it will get to the point where programming does look like natural language to us. We give a sentence and it predictably responds. So if we give one application a specific sentence, another application that uses the same type of functionality will implement it the same way. This is kind of like, and this was also brought up on TVD stream, and he's like, it's very different, but this is kind of like when we write code and it gets compiled into bytecode. We have no idea what bytecode is actually doing. We have no idea what the optimized code looks like in the end, but it is predictable. Well, I mean, some of us do, snobble, but it is predictable what it's going to turn into. And it is repeatable. We can see it happen. Well, sometimes some of us, snobble, even write in a language that is as close to machine level as it's going to get. But yeah, you can kind of see it as a language is going to be the programming language, like American, Spanish, Peruvian, Venetian, all of the languages. That's going to be your programming language. AI is pretty good at assembly. Interesting. What happens when you ask AI to explain what machine language is doing? No idea. I have never tried that. I wonder if it would, I guess, like, if you gave it a function to be able to do IL decompiling, then you might be able to see the original code. I have had it explain minified JavaScript to me and convert it to, or deminify it essentially, give it meaningful variable names and function names. Better at it than F#. Interesting. Well, I mean, yeah, there probably isn't that much information about F# out there. I suppose you can always ask AI, what does this code do? I think many growing with AI will not bother about understanding as long as it does seemingly the right thing. Yeah, and that's where it's like, when we get into this conversation, this is where I start wanting to bring up, my preference is that we don't just talk about its pitfalls, but we talk about how can we shape it? How can you and I come up with some kind of plan? What does the ideal AI flow look like? Is it that when you ask for something, that gets interpreted into a standard set of instructions? And then that standard set of instructions has a standard implementation. So that you can, as I mentioned before, ask for the same thing in a slightly different way, maybe in a different spoken language, written language, and it will spit out the same code every time. I'm just trying to manifest here. I'm speaking it out. It's going to be a thing. It probably already is a thing. Okay. Chat. There are patterns in assembly code which it can find. And yeah, I guess we only have high-level languages for humans. Yep. I asked about a bug in my DOS program when I did juggle the FPU stack. That is very tricky to figure, especially since the debugger didn't work properly. AI did find a few issues. Awesome. Will AI invent its own language? If so, we're buggered. We're not buggered. Why does it have to turn into a fear thing? Like, I just see cooperation. I see enhancement. I see the ability to, like, why doesn't it sound in the ideal world, because I'm an idealist on occasion, in the ideal world, doesn't it sound like it would be cool if not only am I able to do software development the way that I do software development on my own, figuring out the problems and all that stuff, but I also have another programmer with me that is capable. Maybe I am the one that trains that AI model with my code, with my mistakes, with my stuff. So it's only as good as I am. Then it can pull in some additional stuff from outside and maybe improve on the things that I am doing differently or incorrectly. Fix my typos, for example. Doesn't it seem like it would be an overall good thing where you can, for the same amount of effort, again, ideally, for the same amount of effort, produce higher quality product or more product for the same amount of effort? Let's say, because like another fear that I've heard a lot of is, well, because managers are going to hear that you have this AI thing that does all the work for you, they're going to expect more from you. And it's like, potentially, but are you really going to be the one doing that work? And as I mentioned, the thing that I'm trying to sell to you, apparently, is I have this thing going on RTRAC, on another application on the side. If it is unsuccessful, I have not wasted any time on that effort. We will be doing that ourselves manually anyway. And maybe we can use some of the stuff that the AI came up with, but it's still not like I'm just going to take whatever this thing spits out and say, here's your finished product. I think that that is a pretty okay use where I'm not wasting any additional time, or investing, I guess is the word, not really wasting. I'm not investing any additional time on it other than typing continue on occasion, and then continuing to work on this. Okay, that's my soapbox. Snobble says AI is pretty good at optimizing GLSL, but it's not good at making meaningful changes to GLSL. Interesting. So like if you wanted to add, I don't know, some kind of shader to it, because that's what it does, right? If you wanted to add some feature to your shader, then it sucks at that. But if you say, improve my shader so that it is more performant, takes up less memory, then it's good at that. Is that what you're saying? Am I understanding you correctly? All right. We need to get back to select file. Yes. Awesome. I got one, guys. I understood what Snubble was saying. Okay. Prefer not to add it to the list. If the lab does not appear in the list, instead, so I'm writing a note to myself on the process that we're stepping through. Instead, if the lab does not appear in the list, show an error that the lab isn't in the list, isn't in their available labs. Okay, so this is one major thing that's just odd. You can specify the lab in the URL and it'll just add it to the list. Why? We know that we're not Biota. We are submit. So we are in this. We are multi-lab at first. So where does multi-lab get set? It looks like it is going to be a derived property. No, it's a settable property. Where are you getting set? Where is this getting set? Dad? 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 Oh. Oh. Did it? No, that's a list of string. I don't see is multi-lab getting set anywhere. Do you? I mean, you definitely don't have to look at the screen if you are busy. And I know it's small text, so sorry. I was saying do you to my other self. Yeah, and we're doing it here again. We're doing it here again. This is so weird. I did. Or I did my version of it, which is I hit Control F on it so that it shows up in my find. And I was looking for any references to it in the file. But absolutely do need to find out where model is even getting created. Right here, it's a new model. So it's a new model, which gets defaulted to false. Why am I defaulting bulls to false? What is wrong with this kid? And then it's getting set to true in Biota controller after this check. What? What? Okay, so we are in this branch, but we will never, ever, ever go into this branch because model.isMultilab gets initialized to false. It does not change after it gets initialized up here until we make it here. All right, anyway, we found a bunch of problems. Anyway, thank you, Tyron. Hi, welcome in. You are absolutely right. I should have did the find references to begin with. I just knew that if it was going to get set, it needed to get set before we used it here. And there is nothing up here that manipulates any of the properties in model, specifically the is multi-lab. This is going to be really fun writing this though, because I can't use the latest C# features. I don't want to, I don't know. Do you think it's a bad idea if I try to? No, I won't be able to. It's a .NET framework application, so I can't use anything beyond C# 9. I don't know. Some version of C#. I don't know that for sure though. I could be talking out of my butt. But I just don't really want to change too much else other than the thing that fixes this issue. Okay, so the first thing that I would like to do is if we are going to use this multi-lab thing, we're going to set model.multi-lab is going to equal labs.count is greater than 1. Why are you doing the method call as opposed to the property? Why did you even suggest that? And string is null or white space lab. Or, yeah, so this is logic I'm coming up with now based off of what I think the logic should be. Or the list of labs does not contain the lab that was selected. String comparison, ignore. I still have no idea which of these to pick. Invariant culture ignore case. Does anyone have any recommendations for which string compare? I know that I want ignore case, but I don't know the difference, and I don't really want to find out the difference between ordinal ignore case and invariant culture ignore case. This is all going to be in the same language. It's all going to be English no matter what. Although it is possible that an attacker, which would have to be someone on our site, would try to access this using a non-English character. But even then, the culture will still be ENUS for this app. Okay, so multi-lab will only be true when labs.count is greater than 1 and the user has not specified the lab that they are wanting to look at. So that's number 1. Number 1 is the loneliest number. If we don't have if we do have a lab and the labs do not contain the selected lab, then we add it to the list. Negative. We need to add an error, which apparently we're using temp data for our errors. And we're checking immediately for if temp error is not null, then we add it to, then we may as well just add it directly to model.errors. Can we immediately return here? We need to set the caption. So no, we kind of have to go through all of these steps. To set the button caption, set the title of the page. Don't look at me. I'm so ashamed. Again, if the lab does not exist, we are not going to add it to the list. Then we're going to be here. If we are in multi-lab and we are not doing LSS, we're doing is submit, then we get the list of labs. Go us. We get the list of user labs. My assumption is that we check to make sure that the lab that was selected is in this list of user labs. So many assumptions that I'm going to have to make. Like, it's weird because I still have the same mentality as when I first got to this project, where I'm looking at the previous developer's code, even though this is my converted code from that code. But like you can see, I maintained a lot of the same functionality regardless of whether it worked or not. But I'm looking at their code and I'm like, that's not actually doing anything. But my goal is to preserve the code as is and move it over and only make improvements when it comes to syntax or just the approach itself versus trying to assume what the logic should be. But now that I know what these applications are supposed to do, I have an opinion and an assumption of what this is supposed to do. So here's what we're going to do. we're going to labs.clear labs.addRange rs labs. Wait, why are we selecting lab lots? These are the lab lots. These are not the labs that the user has access to. These are all of the lab lots that are available for submit. And the RS prefix on here, this pseudo-Hungarian notation, the RS is for result set because, of course, in the original app, they were using just a regular JDBC connector and pretty much a SQL client. So everything was a result set. Yeah, I'm gonna, I don't know what to do with this. Okay. Leave a comment for now. We're gonna delete this comment once we see this work. Yet again, we're using the method as opposed to the property. I don't know if that was like always a thing, because again, we're in .NET Framework 4.7.2 and I have not specified any other language version that this should be using. So the .count must have always been a property on lists since the beginning of time, or at least for a really long time. I don't know why I'm using the method, other than I didn't know. I didn't know any better. Okay, if we have exactly one lab, then we can do, then we can do this because we are not air data. But the thing that really matters here is if the selected lab, that's what's going on. I get it. Yeah, unless it was IEnumerable at some point, but I don't think I would have been using IEnumerable at this time either because I wouldn't have been comfortable with it. How long ago? Like, I would show you how long ago it's been since I've modified this file. Oh, duh. Except that this is when I brought it over to Git as opposed to VSTS. This would have been 2018, 2019. Which I know, a lot of you were already very much into .NET Core by then, but I was still in .NET Framework and knew nothing. Still know nothing, but I know a little more than I used to. A little more than nothing is still... Wait, no, that's not how that works. Okay. This logic here is not going to be good because the whole reason that we are checking on labs.count is because I'm assuming, again, many assumptions, the original logic was when we were adding the lab to the list, we were preparing it for this logic down here, which is to say there is a lab in the list. So instead, what I'm going to do is here, if not model is multi-lab, we're going to default the lab to be labs.first. That said, we also need, where is our labs list? Where are we populating? There has to be somewhere that we're populating the labs list used in here. So if we come to this site, or this page specifically, with no lab specified, we will not have, where is this session data coming from? It is possible. We would have, no, that's only a little confusing. We come to this page for the first time. Let's say we navigate there from the address bar. We don't click on anything. We navigate there directly. We do the login process because we weren't logged in at the time, brand new, no cache, no nothing. Come to this page. We look for labs in the session. And if there are no labs from session, we should somehow populate the list of labs, right? But I'm not seeing us populating the list of labs in this method, other than here. Yeah, so we're setting it on model. And oh my gosh, not again. Is this like the lab lot value, or is this labs? I bet you I know what happened. I didn't know the difference between lab lot and lab. Like I wouldn't have had the context to know what it even meant to have a lab lot. Especially since this lab list is probably what's getting iterated to show which labs are available to be submitted. Go to view. MG. I forgot about that. And then we go into here. Partials. Does anyone remember partials? Of course you all do. You all have been working here since the dinosaur age. They said nothing. Okay, so we have a drop down for lab lots, or for lab list, if is multi-lab. Otherwise, we have a multiple select list that shows the lab lots. Okay. I think that we are connected using, no, I already made a whole bunch of changes. That's not going to be helpful. Let's make all the assumptions and make this work the way that we think it's supposed to work, because we've been working with this system for a long time. So we know every in and out of it. Here's what needs to happen. This is multi-lab. It's going to get moved. You know what happens when you make assumptions. Hi, Scott. Welcome back, TBD, unless you're still in your meeting. Okay, so here's the logic that I think this should follow. And I am going to write this as comments, not so I can get Copilot to do the work for me, but so I can organize my thoughts. If you want, I'll do it on Notepad instead, if anyone has issues with me doing it this way. It's just the editor is what's in front of me. So if this is our first time, and we have not specified the lab query string parameter, we need to get the lab lists, the users lab list from the database. Okay, so the way that I'm going to do that is I'm going to say if labs.count is 0, then we have 2 routes. And I am going to do this in a nested if. Who would have issues? Someone named TBD. No, I'm kidding. I'm back. They canceled a meeting. I'm free. Congratulations. Now, I honestly don't know if you would be bothered by me putting comments, my thought process comments in here, knowing that I am going to delete things after I'm done. Okay, so if labs.count is 0, we have 2 branches. We have if string is null or white space. Actually, no, I don't even want that, because the provided lab itself needs to get checked against the labs that the user has access to. So labs is going to be our, I don't know what my context is by this point. RTRAC context dot, this is RTRAC context? Yeah, TBL lookup users dot where username is user.identity.name. The problem is there's going to be a bunch of problems. There's going to be a lot of problems about this. How dare they cancel your meeting? First of all, last time that I was in RTRAC, it ow. I was doing some queries on the server and it's set to case insensitive for the collation, but for whatever reason, it was acting like it was doing case sensitive comparisons, which was really annoying. I was very irked by it. Okay, then if we get to this point and labs is still 0, then the user has no labs. And I'll tell them to contact help desk because I can. Don't contact me, contact help desk. Oh wait, you're gonna call me anyway. Dukasoft said, how dare they cancel your meeting? Then TBD Gamer said to Dukasoft, for all I care, they can cancel away. Nice. Okay. Oh, right. But we can't do this. We can't do this because we have to set all of the buttons and stuff. I hate this. I hate it. So this page, if you couldn't tell, handles a few different functions. One of them is this submit TRN. Another one is submit TSP. I believe this is the same page. biota select file, same action. Another one is submit biota, or just create biota, apparently, edit biota. Wow. Okay, and the other thing that you might notice is that the description here and the button caption changes based off of how we're getting to the page. So it's closed for the 2 biota stuff. It is submit or get TSPs when we're on multi-lab for the TSP stuff. And it is get TRNs when we are here. So we need to be able to set the values for the caption and list type and information. So we're going to move this up. That's how we're going to do this. This is going to be the very, very first thing that we do. Except that the model information is not populated. Okay. So very first thing we're going to do is initialize a new view model for this page. If there was an error before, we're going to capture that error. We're going to clear all errors. We're going to populate the type of this is just so weird. We're going to populate the text that we need for the form that we're looking at. Then if we make it here, we're going to update the errors. If not string is null or white space, model.errors. We don't want to lose the previous errors that came up. Those errors would have come from the post, and we're transferring it to the get method when we redirect to get using temp in our controller. No, we don't need this last thing. This doesn't make sense to do because we will be rendering this in HTML. Are we rendering it as HTML? I'm going to assume it's in this status message partial, which is where? Success message, error message. None of those has to do with the model. Goodness me. Goodness me. Then it's got to be in here that it gets displayed. Errors, errors, errors. Here, errors. It is getting displayed as HTML. I hope. Is that what this looks like? Is that what display 4 does? Does it actually output the content as HTML? We'll find out. Let's make some errors happen, shall we? It's been a long time since I've done that, since I've worked with that. So we're going to use BR. We're going to find out if this renders as HTML or if it will just print out BR. Then we're going to add the message, no labs found for your user profile. Please contact help desk, you ninny. Why do you have access to this app if you don't have any labs? do the thing. Go off and be successful. Okay, labs. If we get here, then yes, we will return early. Return. Redirect to, no, wait. We just need to return page, right? Is that how this works? Return view? Return view. Model. Oh, I don't remember how to do this. I don't remember how to do this. What are we doing at the end? Return view model. Okay. So an early return, or for people like TBD, an early retirement. An early return because the lab either didn't contain the lab. No, not either. Because the lab didn't contain the lab that was selected. The lab list for that user. There is one more weird thing that I've seen in the database that I don't know if I want to include. And that is that in the data, I can show this, can't I? No, I can't. In the database, they use a lab code of XX to mean any lab. So I'm trying to figure out whether or not I should put a guard on lab contains XX. So what this should mean is that if the user has a lab assigned to them that is XX, they should have access to any lab that they want. So regardless of what lab is showing in the query string parameter, so when they select a lab, we're going to get logged out. When they select a lab, it updates the query string parameter to have lab equals and then the lab that was selected in the list. If they manually type a lab up there, like, I don't know, EU, then they would pass this check if they have XX. Okay, and the other early out was up here, which is if there were no labs assigned to the user, then we tell them no labs, you por nini, which we also need to do this too, don't we? Oof. I think we need like an add models or add errors to the model or a list of errors instead. But again, I'm not trying to change this code too much. We just need to do the bare minimum to, I'm reminding myself, by the way, we just need to do the bare minimum to fix it because we are converting this code over anyway. This is not what the logic is going to remain as. Okay, so the user has multiple labs when they come in. And this is the first time that they've been here. And they loaded this page directly, so we don't have the labs in session at the moment. Should we update our session labs here? That way we don't have to requery for it again, because by the time we get here, we know that the lab count is not 0. So we do have some labs. The issue is going to be if I make a change in the database and give them access to more labs, they have to log out and log back in. But again, not too worried about that because this is not the logic that we're going to stick with in the converted application. Goodness me. Have to keep reminding myself. All right. We're going to make this just a little bit easier, I hope. To lowercase invariant. To lower invariant. Yeah, to lower invariant. We're going to compare everything lowercase. So when we pick our labs up here, we're going to lower invariant. Although I think this doesn't work in entity framework. Oops. That's not where we're doing it. We're doing it here. But we're going to find out. And I don't really need the invariant because, again, our database is full of only information that is English characters or ENUS characters. Okay, so you're all going to be to lower invariant. Lab is going to be to lower invariant. So that when we do our comparisons, we don't have to lower anything else anymore from that point on. List type, data type. I guess, I mean, we can do that down there, since this is where everything else is happening. This is .NET Framework, so it is entirely possible that these could end up being null. Even though I'm defaulting them to empty string, there could be a way for us to get here and pass null for these values. So it is entirely possible that we need to make sure we aren't trying to lower invariant a null. Instead, we are to lower invarianting the interpolated string version. Okay, cake is a lie. Am I doing any other comparisons? Oh, that's what the issue was. I need... No, this should be fine. Should be fine. The problem is that I need the labs list to be uppercase for the UI. And that's why I was converting everything to uppercase. I think I'm still going to do that because, again, we should have a better way to do this anyway when we convert the code over. And we're also going to trim. I know. So many choices. Welcome back, Harish. Okay. Fine. We got rid of this logic, and you know what? It wasn't used before. We're not using it now. We're deleting it already. Okay. So to continue our logic, we made it here. It is possible that we have not selected a lab. We're doing null or empty, but I really want null or white space. Have you worked with Java Spring Boot before? I've only heard of it. There was another team at the place that I used to work that was using it for everything, but I've only done .NET, except for a long time ago when I did Java in school and for a couple of Android applications. But since then, I haven't really done very much Java. I guess there was the lineage to local server, whatever those things are called, private server, that I modified as we were playing it and ran into some issues. About busted my teeth out of my face. Boosh. And might I say, I am really honored that you guys are here again. I just felt a sudden surge of gratitude. Okay, so moving on. Enough of that. Jeez. I need to read this from the top again. User comes here for the first time. They just logged in, no cache, no nothing. They have a new session. We create a new biota model. We don't have any errors. Data is, because they are coming to this page, data will be blank, but list type will be submit. So we will hit this branch. Model is submit will be true. Check type will be submit. Oh no, what? Was that meant for us? Did I? Oh, users having no cache. I was like, was that on the right stream? Were you responding to me? I just don't pay attention to what I say, do I? Wait. How is this working? How? I am very curious about this, actually. We're gonna go ahead and just jump into it, aren't we? Did you write the MVC application? I converted the code over from the JSP version. So that would have been... So let's look at the place that we're actually in, this biota/select file. That would most likely be in com dpra O'Reilly servlet water monitor. What? Oh wow, it would be down here in select file.java. Where is this, dear sir or madman? That is absolutely confusing. I know that I have the same routes that they were using originally. Here, select file biota. Oh goodness. So this here, you've never heard of JSP. JSP is Java Servlet Pages. Think web forms, but written in Java. So here is the original logic for what we're working on. And you can see all of these variables and stuff getting set on the page itself. This is the page that gets served, select biota.jsp. The default caption is select a lab to view TRNs for submittal. Then it's going through all of the logic that we currently have. So authentication stuff, what role are they in? We do that slightly differently. We just have a whole bunch of helper properties up here that say, are they in preliminary? Are they intermediate? Are they in final roll? Why is final roll not used? Because submit isn't used on final roll. Duh. I answered myself. I'm new to programming. I don't know web forms either, but I heard of it. Are you trying to nerd snipe me? Or web forms is a way of writing. Oh. So you're calling yourself relatively new to programming then. So it's not a false statement. So you started just after .NET 5. .NET Framework had a lot of different approaches. There was no built-in dependency injection that I can recall. So all of this stuff that I'm doing up here, as far as getting a DB context, is coming from session state stored on the server for that connection, for that user, or I guess for that client. So this is the DB connection for that user. And here is our authentication stuff. And I'm using the OWIN context. And then just a whole bunch of stuff on the user that we get from that context. And then the way that JSP and web forms worked was that you would have a way, just like you do in Blazor, to instruct it that you are writing C# code using this angle % syntax. And all of your code was in one page. So I'm pretty sure that even in web forms, like I'm kind of crossing streams here, but I'm pretty sure in web forms in ASP Classic, you did not have a master file and a code file that you could use. Everything was in that .asp file. I could be wrong about that. It's been a long time since I've touched it. But then when ASP.NET came out with web forms, so ASP2, you could have master file, which was pretty much your layout, your main layout, all of that stuff. Yeah, Marcus is like, yeah, all in one file. Good. I'm not super duper crazy. I know I'm crazy, just not that crazy. And then you could have a code behind file. So you could hook up your button clicks and stuff like that to actions that are written in VB or C# in that code behind file. It was usually done using a naming convention where it's button name _ action with the parameters. So Java, this version of JSP, which I have no idea what it looks like nowadays, but this is from 2005, I think, and earlier. No compiling or type safety. Right. I forgot about that too. But this version of JSP functioned the same way. All of your logic was in here. You use the angle bracket %, just like you would use @ curly brace or @ code curly brace in Blazor. This is an example of outputting a value directly into the HTML content that gets served. So this is going to output the value of is_LSS, which is going to literally read in the browser as var is_LSS equals true or false, whatever it happens to evaluate to, semicolon. And so you're pretty much writing a JavaScript function that is using values from Java variables to populate it. Which means that if you have any syntax errors, like you put quotation marks, oh, I can't type in here. It's read only. You put quotation marks around this, and JavaScript, if it's possible that JavaScript would not treat that the same as this, as a Boolean value, then it would always evaluate to false. Or whatever. You know what I mean? So anyway, That's the thing. TBD says, I started in .NET the summer before .NET 2.0 released. Same TBD. So 2009, I want to say. It was either 2009 or 2011. Those were the two dates when well, 2009 is absolutely when I started doing .NET programming that wasn't just VBA. It was actual ASP classic applications. And then 2011, I think, is just around when .NET 2, it was in 2005. We were so behind the times. We were still in ASP Classic in 2009 when I went to work for, when I went to do that 3-month temporary assignment. VB in ASP Classic. .NET 4 released in 2010. We were so behind. I know that MVC3 released in 2013. I don't know this. I kind of remember that MVC3 released in 2013 because I was super excited about it. So excited. Yeah, Core was like, I didn't use Core all the way up until about 2019 or 2020. Or no, sorry. Yeah, it would have been late 2018, early 2019, because I was finishing up all of these conversions while Blazor was coming out. And since Blazor was on .NET Core, that was really my first foray into .NET Core. CFG says, I started when Razor was default. Razor syntax? Like ASP.NET Razor pages? Yeah, probably ASP.NET Razor pages. Okay, but so this is just the syntax for what I had to work with when I was converting over to MVC. So you can see where I took all of this logic up here for loading the page and kind of found a way to translate it. You have the check type, list type, is submit, is prelim role, is intermediate role, is final role. And I turned all of that logic into the controller style that I'm used to. So here is the is preliminary, is intermediate, is final. Then down here in the actual create file, select file logic that we've been working in. This is where I'm assigning all of the additional variables that they had, but I'm using a page model instead of a whole bunch of individual variables. So is LSS, is biota, is final, all of that stuff. The button caption. And here you can see the logic. And in fact, now that we're here, let's just look. Did they default is multi? Oh, wow. They defaulted is multi-lab to true. So that's something different from what I'm doing, which is defaulting is multi-lab to false. So that by the time they got down here to this check, where they are actually populating the labs into the list of labs. So I didn't convert it over one-to-one. I totally messed that up. Ugh. They did? Here. Yeah, only if there was only one lab. Interesting. So, yeah, throughout this whole thing, it starts off as true. Then they get to a point where they check if the user supplied a lab in the query string. And if so, then that's the only lab that gets populated. And then we set is multi-lab to false because they don't need to pick from labs anymore. Multi-lab just means that for any given user, they have more than one lab that they're assigned to. In our remake, multi-lab. In our remake, we have a lab picker, which just, I don't know, makes it easier for me to conceptualize, I guess. So I guess that is different. We are doing different stuff than they are. Whatever. I screwed that up, didn't I? We're working, it looks fine now, doesn't it? It looks fine now. If a lab is specified, then we just make sure that the lab is one that the user actually has access to. And if they don't have access to it, we show an error, which I still think is better than what they're doing here. I'll stand by that. If we finally make it down to here, then we just behave accordingly. And this lab list here, it's like you can clearly see that this lab list is being used to populate the lab n lot, which is a TRN. But for example, here it's being populated by the list of labs. Oh, do you see molt in mine? Because I often leave off the TI or the I. Or did you see it in their code? Oh, MUIL. Okay. Yes, it has to be a typo. At least it's a consistent typo. Okay, I'm just gonna step through this because I've started to slow down and not actually make any progress on it. So let's run with it, shall we? When I see that sort of typo, I worry that somewhere they're going to correct themselves and the code will have different meaning. Well, they were still using an IDE. They were using Eclipse, but it was a very specific IBM rational application developer. I don't know why that's different than regular Eclipse, but it looked like Eclipse to me. So commercial Eclipse-based integrated development environment. So they had an IDE. It's not like they were coding in Notepad, although sometimes it seems like it. Okay, so we made it here. Here is our model. Our model has no errors so far. This is going to time out before we get far enough. List type, this is what I thought. So look at this. It's trying to compare, oh, never mind. It's another one of my issues. That's the thing that I was looking for, and I forgot that that's what I was looking for, but it's because I have all of the normalizations of the parameters down there. So really the first thing we should do is normalize all of our parameters up here. Okay, let's step through again. Oh, doing such a good job paying attention to details, aren't I? Okay, there we go. So model is submit is true, check type is submit. Our labs, we have labs on our first time in here, and it's probably because the way that we loaded into the application was we made it to that landing page, and labs is probably populated at that point in time. So what I'm really curious is what happens if our first route in a browser that does not have cache is to this URL or to this endpoint. That's going to be really hard to test, actually. I should be able to clear cache. And then refresh this page. So we should go directly to biota select file, file type equals submit. Then what is our session labs? Session labs is still not null. So there's got to be some startup functionality that once the user logs in, we put the labs that they have. No, I haven't. So it's already hard enough for me to keep up with the build conference, which is the technology that I'm constantly using, the Microsoft products and stuff, that trying to go to another conference that has stuff that doesn't really concern my current efforts. I'll word it like that. Yeah, you know what I'm trying to say, right? Yeah, that is a question. Why does everything have to be? It does make sense that it is the direction our technology field is going. And so they're focusing their efforts on capitalizing on those markets, on getting people to buy their services and pay for their services on a repeated basis, make lots of money, because that's what it's all about, for whatever reason. Yeah, and TBD Gamer is saying 6 out of 8 sessions in progress at Build right now are AI based. And you said it on your stream, it makes sense. It's kind of annoying, but it's the direction our industry is going. I'm definitely embracing it. I'm just going to go with it because I know how to have fun with the things. I just know how to have fun with the things. Okay, this is where I want to change the logic. Instead of if labs.count is 1, the thing that I really want to do is set lab equal to the selected lab, to the first lab in the list if labs.count is 1, then I want to set, that's what I was working on here. Then I want to set if not string. Gosh, I can't word this right now. Why can't I word this? If the selected lab is not null or white space, and we are here, which means the user has access to that lab, then we want to set the lab to be the first lab. No, what am I doing? If, goodness, if labs.count is 1, and so we only have one lab, and the lab that comes in is not specified, then we want to set the lab to the first lab in the list. Did that make sense? I hope that made sense. And by this point, we know that labs.count is not 0. I mean, we're definitely guarding against that here. So we can do dot first. They should rename it from IO to AI. And Marcus said, Microsoft paid OpenAI a chunk of money and they need to get it back. Yeah. And not only OpenAI, but Anthropic and XAI and everyone else that they are partnering with, but especially OpenAI. CFG says, I think MCP would have been better as a more strictly defined protocol. I don't have an opinion on that at the moment because I haven't really interacted with things that use the protocol in a way where I need to know what the actual protocol is. It's kind of like I wouldn't be able to fully describe how TCP works to you. I just use a HTTP client and I know that it sends a request and it receives a response and blah, 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 blah. As far as how MCP works, again, that's just not something that I know or need to know at the moment. I think Microsoft owns 49% of OpenAI. That's crazy. Marcus said, all will come clear with the testing. Do you know Copilot is going to be open source Copilot tooling anyway? Yes, definitely saw that. That WSL and I don't remember what else, but they announced a lot of stuff that's going open source. TVD said, honestly, if I listened to the negative voices yesterday, I was ready to scrap Liquid Sky outright because the AI stuff is just something I can't catch up with. But I think there's still development outside of this stuff, and I think that's okay. Yeah, I mean, like, I just know that I personally am going to enjoy whatever I end up doing. I would really, really love it to be continuing to write syntax, to write C# code. But I'm also very happy with integrating AI into my workflow, having it do some of the stuff, maybe filling in the knowledge gaps that I don't have, as long as I'm able to also participate in that process. When it becomes a fully automated, autonomous system that I am not... Is that Rise of the Triad? Where are you playing a game, Bikini? Oh, Redneck Rampage. Who's going chicken hunting? What was I saying? When the software development process becomes speak the code, you are using natural language to write software, because there is another autonomous system, or no, That's what I was getting at. We're already beyond that point, even in my future, whatever it is that I'm about to say. I don't even know what it is that I'm about to say. When we get to the point where software is fully autonomously created, business owner says, I'm starting this business, I need software that does XYZ. And it, like, instead of going out to commercial places and saying, here's this commercial off the shelf product that fits my needs, or here's this solution service that is going to build software that fits my needs, they tell an AI, the AI creates the software, they use it in their business. And we have 8,000 variations of the same software for 8,000, for 6,000 companies. When it gets to that point, then I'll still find ways to be creative. That's all I'm trying to say. I think that's all I'm trying to say. Marcus said, my clients like the chat with database app using AI. Cool. And then CFG says to Marcus, link please. Sounds good. Hari says, these days, every company is building the same thing, Claude Code, Codex, Julius, I don't think I know that one, etc., etc. You're not wrong, but it, in my opinion, it really has been that. When you look at all of our industry, it's a bunch of people creating the same product for different clients. We're just, it's, this one's a hot take, and you can definitely disagree with me. My word is not absolute. It is not necessarily correct either. I think it is, but that doesn't mean that it actually is. It is much like in the music industry or any creative space. And I'm not talking about using AI in those spaces, by the way. I am just talking about software development, sans AI, music creation, sans AI, is we don't come up with original solutions. Just like musicians don't come up with original music. Everything, and listen to all of these absolutes, and TBD's like, I'm gonna not use absolutes on my stream because Berto is here and he is constantly judging. Everything that we create is influenced by something we have encountered. It is the unique interpretation of that thing that makes it creativity. Yeah. So, same with software development. It is your unique interpretation based off of the things that you've encountered before that makes you a valuable software developer. But you aren't making anything unique or original. There's like 0.01% of that happening. So I'm not trying to say this for you to get down on yourself. I'm saying be proud of yourself, because your unique experience is what people want, and AI is not going to replace that. So don't be scared. You're going to be amazing. Okay. There's my next soapbox. How many of these have I been on this stream? Snuffle says, don't worry. There will still be project management. Nobody wants to do well, there, that one I can catch myself on. There are people that do enjoy project management. I am not one of them. There will still be project management. I don't know what OKR is. Incidents and support. Harry says, it all started with Devin, the first AI software engineer. Marcus says everyone has their influences. TBD laughed at my comment about absolutes. Absolute police is here. I'm using it correctly. You're not. I hope you don't feel like that. I am so sorry that I'm super picky like that. Marcus said to CFG, look for the version 5. I think it's the latest. Oh, on the YouTube, Alex the Code Wolf, I almost said warrior, is the link for CFG talking about the converse with your database, pretty much. And CFG said to Marcus, thanks. That actually sounds interesting. If you could do complex joins in natural language. OKR's objectives and key results. I don't have any of those. My whole life is objective based. I can't get away from it. It's not my fault. CFG says to Marcus, also sounds doable even without transformers. More than meets the eye. Ooh, great conversation. Keep it going. So the logic that I am reworking is that we're selecting the first lab if there is only one lab in the list. And here we're checking if not string is null or white space lab. So this means that we only had one lab in the list, or the lab has already been selected. Which is what I honestly think was supposed to happen with the lab.add. I think the way that we could have fixed this, you know what? I want to prove my assumption. So first we're going to make sure that this works. So if we have a lab selected and we are not doing error data, which is us in this, what we're trying to walk through, then instead of labs.first, we're going to just do lab, and it's already been to uppered and trimmed. Has it though? Yes. So we're going to do this stored procedure, which I think is now in C#. Good. Used to be a stored procedure though. To get the list of TRNs. But for whatever reason, we're reusing the lab list for that. Okay. And if we are not doing LSS, then we also need to know if we are showing the quick turnaround information or whatever this quick turn means. Then finally, oh, and if we don't have a selected lab, if we are multi-lab, then we're setting multi-lab equals true here when it should have already been true by the time we got here. Yes. Because we're setting it up here for when our labs list. Where is our multi-lab? Oh man. I could have sworn that we already wrote one of these, but I'm not seeing it. Yeah, that's the first place that we're going to be setting it. So our is multi-lab will be based on whether or not we have found labs if the session labs was empty. This has room for an attack, doesn't it? Where if the user is somehow able to modify the session variables, I don't know if that's even a thing. They could just add a random set of labs somehow. I don't know how though. Okay, so we're setting is multi-lab. So if we are multi-lab, then we do this thing. Otherwise, if we have a selected lab, we do this thing. Otherwise, if it is not multi-lab and there was no selected lab, most likely an error so that we have show submit. Would you ever want a custom operator? I most likely wouldn't do it that way. I would use dot equals string comparison, string comparer, ordinal ignore case. But again, I'm not really correcting this code. Like there are some things that I'm trying to make a little bit better, but this code is going to get replaced by all of our Blazor stuff as we're upgrading it. But if it was something that I was doing repeatedly like that, yeah, I'd probably want something that would make it easier to call. The problem is using extension methods with link to entities when you're doing entity framework. But in most cases, the database, except for one of our databases, is case insensitive comparisons, so it should be fine. All right, and then if we are submit and multi-lab, we change the action that we are going to do. So this is actually the form action that is going to get set in the UI in here. So we should see some kind of form somewhere. Do you not have a form? I'm sure this is wrapped in a form somewhere, but I am absolutely blind. Yeah, here it is. So begin form, select file, biota. Very weird. Microsoft build day 3 of coding. Pac-Man game. Yeah, that's absolutely helpful for us. Okay, we make it all the way down here. We are submit. We are multi-lab. We get this information here. And that's the last thing there. Show submit equals lab list.count is greater than 0. Yeah. But I could have sworn that there was a switch up here to say whether or not we're showing submit. So this is getting overwritten. I'm assuming that even though this is named as a Boolean, it is an attribute value for display, or no, it is a property value for display. Interesting. Whatever. Let's just make sure that this works. I'm pretty sure it does. I'm confident. It's going to show us the list of labs first. We're going to pick a lab. Then we're going to see the list of TRNs for that lab, which was our goal. Now testing the actual submit button, I have to do that later. So submit TRN, list of labs first. Cool. That's a lie, but cool. And I like how close takes us all the way back here. It's a lie because, oh, no, it's not. It's not a lie. Because it doesn't work on my test server. We need to, oh, we should just be able to do this to get it to work. Where's global.asax? And we're going to set this to false. What am I looking for? What? Yeah. Oh, you're a little, I think you might be a little delayed. I think you're about 30 seconds behind. But again, I'm not too worried about it. I just need to allow the users to get past this step after this, we're going to continue working on the conversion of that version of the application to Blazor. So while we're doing that, we're going to update the logic, get all the buttons to work, get all the UI styles and everything to look better. There we go. And now we have a list of TRNs that we can submit. And the reason that this showed up here is because I changed it to use the actual test server that they're going to be using. So what I would like to do now is to pull in all of the test server data to my local dev DB. Then we can actually test it out to see if we can submit and all of that without needing to worry about messing up their test data. Ooh, it's bright. I hit the screen because I'm logging into the server, and of course, the SQL Server Management Studio window appeared on the main screen, so you would have seen the server name, my login name, all of that fun stuff. But I'm actually looking for Angie. Thank you. I think I'm 30 seconds behind, but the latency is pretty low. How's that? I just read your message because I just saw it. So however long it takes for you to hear that. My monitor for it is, monitor being the one that I am viewing the stream from, is only like 2 seconds behind. So I'm pretty sure it isn't my connection. I hope. I hope. All right, I might be able to show this part on the screen, and then the import part will be the one that I cannot show. All right, so this is the process, and I'm open to suggestions for this one. I'll have to write them down. I won't take it right away, but open to suggestions for a better way to get my test data to reflect in my dev database. So pretty much syncing my test database, or my dev database, to match my test database. And right now I kind of just have this process here where I pretty much turn off all of the constraint checking for all of the tables in the database that I'm trying to work with. Then I will find the tables that I want to bring up to date. And in this case, I know it's only going to be the imported TRN table. And maybe the lookup username table. Yeah. And I will run a script to delete the data from them. Then I will import data for just those 2 tables from the test server. So I'm doing that off screen because, again, server names, login names, etc. Oh, I don't remember. RTRAC. Oops. I actually need to provide credentials for that computer. Yeah, 30 seconds for message to show on screen chat. Man, that's sad. Why so laggy? And the only 2 tables I said were TBL imported TRN and lookup users. Lookup users. And for those 2 tables, I need to turn on, can I show this screen currently? Yeah, so I made it through the wizard to, oh, I can't. Dang it. It's okay though. You can see the server name and all if you happen to see it. It's not a big deal because you can't access it directly. Unless you are on the right network. but I pretty much am turning identity insert on for those two copy tables. Next, and finish. And it's currently copying the data over for those tables. It is done copying the data over for those two tables. And I turn constraint checking back on. Is there a way to automate that? Can I just say restore RTRAC tables or copy RTRAC tables from test? I'm sure there is using a cron or a management maintenance plan, but I don't know. I don't know these things. The other one that I need is the chain of custody and STRAC. Oh, these are going to be hard. Do I know what tables? I might just need to do the whole database because I don't know what tables. Yeah. I'm pretty sure these are all lookup tables, but I can't be sure. I'm just going to do the whole database. My Pixel 8 Pro was hacked via an update on latest beta 3 days ago. Holy cow! I will say no thank you to beta releases for operating systems and anything security oriented. All right, import. Oh, that's the thing. Don't underestimate people. I'm not trying to challenge people and I'm not trying to underestimate people. I am hoping that you are all amazing and wonderful people. Okay. All right, and I am adding all of the tables, setting their identity inserts to on, and starting the import. And while that's importing, we'll go ahead and do STRAC as well. And that is hopefully the last one. STRAC, I said. STRAC, I say. Delta code. Oh, I don't want to delete all of them from this. This one's tough because there's all of these RMA and RMAI versions of the tables. And then TBL RMAI6. Gosh, man. It's going to be a lot of data to transfer. Now, it looks like RTRAC finished. Not RTRAC, RMA chain of custody. It probably is a working exploit all the way down, but even the latest version is vulnerable. That's sad. Oh, are you still working? No, you're good. You finished. And we just finished RMA chain of custody. So I'm turning constraint checking back on. And we're going to have this ready for STRAC for when I finish importing the data. Whoosh. STRAC. Whoops. I did it again. I thought that I could just use my Windows authentication, but it's a different computer. Okay. And RTRAC tables are selected. Enable. Next. All right, while this one is going, I'm going to take a quick restroom break and play an ad because I think we're going to be able to go until 1:30. We should be good. We've been making a lot of progress on this, but I definitely want to be able to email the client pretty soon after we get this working and tested and deployed. Deployed. Remind me that I need to deploy this. Okay, back in a sec. I put end. Ops. Here's some music. And for this last hour, I get to be out of breath. Aren't you so excited? Oh, where's my mouse? Help me. Help me. I'm stuck behind this screen. Oh, sorry for the whispering. Thank you so much for the follow. Desktop. Okay. Ooh, so the copy is finished. Out of breath. Thank you very much for the follow. Really appreciate it. We're turning check constraints back on and we're done with the database work. So I'm going to move it over here. And let's run the app. And this time we should. Bright. Did you just get a sunburn? My bad. My bad. Okay. This time we should have our records. Are we actually in tests? I mean, dev. It's so hard to tell. This is really weird though, because I'm pretty sure that I was going to be using this variable in the UI's login page to show when we are in test. Yeah, so this using local DB message is only supposed to show when lock prefix is not empty, which it should be now because we have dash lock. But when I switched it over to, let me just verify, because I don't want to do this on the wrong server. When I switched it over to the test database, oh, yeah, it didn't show up. Okay. Good. 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 Okay, so we are going to check for errors. Maybe I should do this in debug. Or at least have the DevTools open. You pick your lab, you pick your nose, and then we submit. Lab EFAAAA is not valid. Of course it's not valid because the submit action was wrong. Okay, makes sense. Our submit action is multi-lab and string is null or white space lab. And we have not selected a lab. Otherwise, we submit the TRN. Got it. Legacy code is fun. TRN submitted successfully. So now what this means is if we go to an account that has finalize, then we'll get a failed login because I have not given myself permissions to this application on my test server, on my dev server. Did I do it in the test server at least? Because if so, then we can just copy over the user user management database. Whew. I think I just now caught my breath. Finally caught up to it. It was running so fast. Okay, RTRAC. Yeah, okay. Let's only have role, final, and user, and I guess map. We can leave map in there. Sure. Okay, so I need that database as well. Guess what I already closed? SQL Server Management Studio. Log me in, Bob. Keyboard, 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 user management. So I'm doing the same process, except for the user management database. It should go pretty fast. It's a small database, very few tables. New pasta, delete all from the tables. It was empty. It's also incomplete. Wait a minute. I don't think my user management database migration worked. Right click, tasks, generate scripts, tables, tables. Open it in a query window. Is pattern matching available to you? Not in .NET Framework. So again, try not to think too hard about how to improve this code base. Once we're done with this, we should never have to see it again. We will be working in Blazor. I know it's disgusting. I know it's hard to look at. We'll get through it together. Just hold on. Hold on tightly. Believe in the me that believes in you. Just hold on loosely. Don't let go. Okay, what I'm actually doing is the wrong thing. I just did the wrong thing, the wrong thing. That's okay. It's just the test database. Everything is okay. Well, this one didn't go as planned. So just so you know, what I did was instead of deleting the tables in my dev server, I deleted the tables in the test database. And I am absolutely certain that I am in the test database at least. So now I am restoring the data that was in there. Can't believe I did that. Or can I? Written all over my face how upset at myself I am for not paying attention. This is like the... It happened too many times this stream. That's all. Okay. Data is restored. Now I need to go back into the test user management site using this browser, please. So that I can give people access, such as in, good gravy. You why isn't that giving me my, oh dear. I can't manage my users anymore. Oh gosh, I totally messed it up. When I join your stream where there's a connection break, it takes around 30 seconds for it to load. Is it me that's causing your disconnects? I hope not. I am streaming at 10.5 megabits. I have no drop frames. I'm only using 4% of the CPU. 60 FIPS. Is it me? Goodness mio. Can I at least get into the roles? Like, for example, RTRAC intermediate. No, I can't even. Where is my dialog box? Oh. What even does this mean? Object not set to an instance. What does that error even mean? Oh, goodness. Right. Okay, so the only thing that the user management app does for me is allows me to update the ASP.NET Core identity table to associate users and roles. So I didn't change any of the roles with what I just did. Okay, good. What does that mean for me as far as being able to give myself the same permissions? It means that I need to run the user management application directly on in development so that I can manage my own roles and stuff. Okay, thank you for telling me that. You guys are exactly right. For now, what I should be able to do though is import my user management stuff since it was empty to begin with. Import data from test. Pick the user management. Isn't this such a lovely screen though? Such a lovely view outside. My test server. There really are only two tables. I was thinking that like all of my user associations and stuff were in this database, but it really is only the application information. I wonder what else I was planning on putting in there. Okie dokie. So let me make sure that I can get access to the user management project so that we can modify my permissions. Locally. Did anyone else lose the Visual Studio application launch when you right click on your Visual Studio? Or does anyone have Visual Studio pinned to their taskbar, first of all? On one of my computers, I can no longer right click on the Visual Studio icon and choose VS 22 2022. I have to middle mouse click on it, which is not terrible. It's just odd that it disappeared. I only get presentation mode, safe mode, and Visual Studio installer. User management. A raid from Sorcery Story. Holy cow! You've caught me at a bad moment. I am currently hiding from everyone. How are you? Welcome in. You are under no obligation to hang about and talk. I know that you find it to be courteous and stuff, but if you do need to run, completely understand. Otherwise, if you have time, let us know what you were working on. Yeah, I ended my stream earlier before, but you've been ending your streams late. And that's why I'm usually able to raid you. No. Oh, it's an untrusted branch. Welcome in, though. You have nothing to apologize for. Thank you for doing the shout out for Sorcery Story. If any of you that are here that are not from her stream have never seen a Sorcery Story stream, you are missing out. She is amazing. Love hanging out on her stream. Great vibes, and not as in vibe coding. Ugh. Great vibes on her stream. She's a wonderful person to hang out with. Watch her work on her game. It's a 2D pixel art strategy meets RPG meets Final Fantasy Tactics meets all of the amazing fun games that we all grew up with, and she is giving us a revisit to our most nostalgia moments. It's gonna be such a good time. Thanks. I am nothing if not crazy, she says. But yes, thank you for bringing in your raid. Really appreciate you. I'm currently trying to run my user management application on my dev server, but to do that, I need to set some secrets to include database connections and other things that I don't want to share on screen. Okay, so I copy all of this. Ooh, I come in and secrets are being spilled. Heck yeah. Nice. All right, connection string to my tests or to my dev database. Get rid of everything else. And the name of the connection string I want to call it is user management connection, which is going to take place of RTRAC connection. And the database name is just user management. User management. All right. And if I save that, close my cigarettes, then we should be able to go back to the desktop. He broke everything completely. I just deleted some tables from the test server, that's all. From a database in the test server. Like the one that people at the company actually use. Okay, are we safe? Is it secret? Is it safe? I think we're safe. Actually, I have no idea what users are going to be shown since I think I backed up. So CFG is blaming the being able to see chat on me. He says that it takes me 30 seconds before I see chat. It has nothing to do with your connection. No, it's all me. This is not the same app. This is a Blazor version of the app, and who knows if this is actually going to work. I was in the middle of moving this app from MVC to Blazor. Doesn't matter. It's working. I need to turn dark mode on because, oh my gosh, I can't see anything. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Everyone stay calm. You're just freaking out, man. Okay. Okay. So I should have access now. All right. The streamer fault principle in action. Hooray! Did that take me about 30 seconds before I saw your chat? Okay, let's move this out of the way because I have a feeling I'll still need it. This is not really the application that I am working on, but this is one of the many applications that I service. This is called RTRAC. This is the second iteration of it. I am completely calm. This is the second iteration of it, and she said small caps. I can't. And it's saying that login failed. So this is almost exactly what the application looked like when I first got here in 2017. I checked a few streams, most load in less than 5 seconds. It's not my fault, okay? Okay? I have nothing to do with the stream loading on your computer, slow or fast. I believe you that it's happening to you, but I can't do anything about it from my end. I'm just not important enough for Twitch to do anything. You know what? Oh, no. For Twitch to give me any bandwidth. I have a user. Cool. Am I sure that it's connecting to the right server? Yes, it is absolutely connecting to my dev server. Download more bandwidth. I've heard it does wonders. Yeah, my if you want to know, speed test. Here are my upload speeds. That's my downloads. Here are my uploads. More than enough to stream without dropping frames, lag, etc. Okay. I believe you that my stream is not loading quickly on your computer. Hey, did he start? He started. Okay. What can I do about this? I'm definitely seeing the fiber needs a wash. I'm definitely seeing that I gave myself access. There's no way it's the password, is there? It can't be. I'm using the same account. No. Okay. I can't do that. This is my dev server. What other user could I possibly hack? How about One Lion? Do I have you on here? I don't have One Lion as a user. Do I have a register button? I don't have a register button. What if I took away my permissions? Well, first of all, I'm going to take away my permissions from the account that we know does work. That way I can never log in again. Once you log out, you can never log back in. Isn't that a little backwards? So if I take away user permissions from that account, you're tested. I'm still a little slow on the draw. Yeah, that is dumb. I'm very confused. Admin, Minda. Don't you mean Nimda? Secret and Nim. I am very confused. I just took away my permissions to be able to log into this application. Let me see if this is modifying the test server. No worries, I read it. I'm dyslexic, so it worked out perfectly for you. Wait, now you just spelled it. Oh, wait, no, you didn't. You just spelled it Nda. Oh. Users. Humberto. If you didn't know, my name is Humberto Cruz Ochoa Jr. I can't check it here because I broke the user management site on test by accidentally deleting stuff. What's going on? Okay, we're using local DB. According to this, the only time that it shows using local DB is when we're using the connection string that has a dash lock prefix suffix. Why does this say prefix? Dash lock suffix on it, and when I check my connection strings, the ones with the dash lock suffix are for my dev server. And I don't have a way of proving that. Okay. Oh. Heart attack in a can. Hear myself screaming. Hear myself breathing. What's going on? User. What am I doing wrong? I think that this application here that is running in Blazor server .NET 6 Blazor server is adding DB contexts for identity connection and user management connection. I think that in my user secrets, which I'm not going to show you, I have my connection strings for my local dev server. I want to show you because I need a second pair of eyes or maybe a 16th pair of eyes on this, but it has passwords and stuff. But I have my dev server, I'm looking right at it, as the thing that we are connecting to with this application. I am running that application, and I would show you the running application, but it has other people's account information on it, so I don't want to show that to you. Wonder if I could just delete. Yeah, let's delete everyone else from the wrong server. Hope you managed to fix this. I have to go, sadly. It is sad, but I definitely understand. Dinner needs to get taken care of. I'll leave a lurk. Have a great rest of stream. Thank you so much, and thank you again for the raid. You're such an amazing... I really appreciate you. Right. Okay, so what I am currently doing, what I think I'm currently doing, is deleting all users from my dev that are not me. At least I think. Nope, about to delete myself. You cannot delete me. Delta code. Oh man, this might... We're so close. We're so close, but I might have to end the stream on this so that I can work on it a little bit easier with all of my users' secrets and stuff. Excuse me. Okay, I just refreshed the app. And the only accounts on here are me. I'm gonna go ahead and update my email addresses and phone number on there real quick. Edit. You can see that long? I don't understand your first statement. I can see that long AF. If though. Oh, the long if statement. Yeah. There's a whole bunch of these that are just terrible. Yes. And they do need to be refactored. And in fact, hopefully they already are refactored. Let me show you the refactored code then. Hopefully. I don't know how far we've gotten on this. Every time I see it, I get surprised. I'm like, wait, we actually already did that part? Submit TRN page. So here's our submit TRN page. This is replacing all of that code that you just saw, as far as the UI is concerned. So I don't know if that helps you or not, but this is that page. And then that, when you submit, we'll call a service. After validating the model on the client side, that will call a service. And that service will either be a HTTP request to our controller or a direct call to the server, depending on whether it's running in, oops, I pushed the wrong button, whether it's running in Blazor Server or Blazor WebAssembly. I said that backwards, but you know what I mean. And this is what the current logic looks like. It's still not great, is it? I'm sure you could tell that. All right, so example 1 at here.com. Oh, I guess example.com. Person 1. Person 1. phone number 123 456 7890. 123 456 7890. Person 2 at here.com. Person 2 at here.com. Okay, I keep saying here.com. Example.com. Example.com. It's .com. Okay, I can put this on the screen now. This is what I'm looking at. This is what I think I'm changing. So this is how I manage users and the permissions that they have. It's essentially, and ignore the background on this and stuff. I don't know what's going on with it. It should be card something or other. We'll just do nav primary for now. Nope, definitely not nav. Oh, that's primary invert. And that's primary. Just give me the background color then. Background primary BG primary theme. Give me this one, please. Pretty please. Make something work. Okay, so this is the representation of what I use to manage users. The thing that we're going to go with for now. So when I am adding them, what is happening, what is supposed to be happening, is that I am adding their RTRAC, the .NET framework version, still uses database roles. It's gotta. I'm pretty sure that's what's going on. Isn't it? Yes, it is. And that's why Ellie was having troubles. I bet you it's using database roles. So this updates my ASP. Not only that, this updates my ASP.NET users database, ASP.NET Core Identity database. And because this is a .NET Framework application, that's using a database called ASP.NET Identity, no core, just ASP.NET Identity. So I don't really have a way to manage users in ASP.NET Identity. Okay. Got it. We really need to finish the .NET Core migration. Oh, jeepers. That makes absolutely no sense, though. How was Scott able to log in to RTRAC when all I did was fix his permissions in user management? What if I did this? What if I did this? What do you think? Is this gonna work? As you can't see my screen, so helpful. What if we updated? Oh man, I'm gonna need a way to be able to see both the role ID and the user ID. Oh, this is not what I thought was gonna happen. All right, for this account here, we need to filter the user roles on that account, on that user ID. Like so. Then we need to find out what the RTRAC permissions are in web role. And that should be easy because they will all be prefixed with RTRAC pipe. So like RTRAC pipe %. Okay. And I need to give myself permissions for final and map. So I should just be able to add records or role ID this. I know, but I don't know how to. I should have copied that from somewhere else. Basta. Violation of primary key. I already have that role right there. Is it because I also have roles for general? You guys will remember this number that ends in ACE9C. No. Intermediate, which ends in 39B56. No. And map, which ends in 58DC. No. Did I mention I have no idea what I'm doing? Okay. I guess the other thing I could try to do, I don't know if this is salted or anything, is just try to copy the password from the one that does work and hope it works somehow magically. Where is the running app? Is it you? All right. No, that's RTRAC laser. Is an accident. Move. Move that bus. Nope. Okay. We're done for the stream. I have a lot of work to do on being able to get into the development version of this using my dev database correctly. Man, one more small thing. It has to be local users and roles. It has to be. Logins. I don't even have a login for the account that I'm trying to use. So let's create a new login. Let us give me permissions to RTRAC. Or map and final. I will pull up my other account to see what else. These are mappings. ASP.NET identity. Interesting. And aha, RMA chain of custody, RMA ED, STRAC. Goodness me. So the answer is that this application absolutely does use SQL logins in its current state, in its current deployed state. How wonderful. Okay, I just updated my user, created a new user, and gave it permissions to that database or those databases. And it worked. Okay, we're going to finish this out then, although for whatever reason, I don't have final role. I could have sworn that was the first thing that I gave myself. Membership, final. Do you need both intermediate and final? Why? Isn't this just the most wonderful thing you've ever seen? Not design. This account. And it did update my password with that login, which I was kind of expecting. Turn this on, where user ID equals that. Wait, what happened to my keyboard buttons? Control R. Oops. Okay. One more check on my roles. Where's roles? Web role. The role is like RTRAC. So we had this one here. You can do it. I know you can. Cannot insert duplicate key, which is the combination of my user ID and role. Okay. Then why are there two? And then there were two. Okay. This is awkward. I think I'm just gonna have to get the end user to test it because I can't get it working on dev. I can't get logged into. What if What if I gave the user that is working what if it's general that you need? General and final. Just can't stop trying, can I? I need this to work. There you are. Paste you there. Grab the roll.
I got a bad feeling about this.
I do too. You aren't the only one. Okay. What do you say? Log out. This is the last try. This has to be the last try. All right. Didn't work. I honestly have no idea how the roles work in this application. I don't know. Like, according to this logic up here, it is user is in role, whichever of these roles. And so this is the user manager, and this user manager is of type user manager of application user, where application user is coming from app identity context from identity connection, which is the if we check an app not app settings, because this app doesn't have an app settings. If we check in web config, then we will see that that one is the wrong web config. That one is just regular ASP.NET identity table. So I don't know. I need to get this figured out though, because I don't want the client waiting on me anymore. So we are done for the day. This time I mean it. Thank you so much for being here. Thanks for hanging out with me. You guys are amazing. I really appreciate your energy here. I hope you had a fantastic time either lurking or actively participating, or some combination of all of the above. I will be back again mañana, which means tomorrow for those of you that don't know, for another workday stream. Hopefully we'll be working on RTRAC conversion, so taking all of that mess of code that you so very much want to refactor and actually do the refactoring of. And yeah, other than that, we are going to raid out. I know you know who our target is. Insert Anchorman sound clip. You know I don't speak Spanish. I speak a Spanish. I don't know Anchorman. I mean, I know what it is. I just don't know the movie. I haven't watched it. Not my kind of comedy. But that's okay. It doesn't mean it's a bad movie. Anyway, that's it for me. Enjoy the rest of your day. I have no idea why I was trying to wave with that hand. The AR must have glitched just then. But I am going to commit my changes, move over to the other computer, all of the things that I do. I push this button here. My phone is telling me that I need to do my time. But I will go for about another 30 to 45 minutes on my workday because that's about how much time I spent blah, blah, blah. Okay. Hope you guys enjoy the rest of your day, though. Ciao for now. Oh, and he uses language. So if you're not into hearing language, he's definitely going on a rant right now. But he's a good people. He's very good people. Ciao.